Hello. Konnichiwa. Watashi wa Swabi Games desu. O genki desu ka? Today, we're just gonna make sure the jetpack VFX feels okay. Viewing it with fresh eyes now in the morning. If it feels okay, we're gonna move on to third-person camera. Mostly on the behest of one of my friends who playtested the game and wanted third person. Personally, I don't care about third person that much. However, the game is not only about me. I need everyone to, or not everyone, I need a lot of people to enjoy the game in order to succeed. So, this might be important. We'll probably look at angles and distances from other games like Risk of Rain, Crab Champions. Who else has good third-person cameras in a shooter? Well, specifically Risk of Rain 2. I also want to see how Hightail does third person, but I don't think they necessarily are the best at it. I think they are also very focused on first person, but we'll have a look. The reason why I mentioned Hightail is because I want to see how the camera acts inside a cave, inside a mine. Alright. With that, I think we are good to go. I spent 3 hours in the morning just posting one short. I did it's not even a good one. It's little editing. I should have probably recorded it again without so much loud jetpack sound. And yeah. It's a type of short that should have taken me like 15 minutes, I think, for everything. But maybe that's unrealistic. I think at least 30 minutes I would like to make shorts in the future. So I had to fix DaVinci Studio, which was completely bugged. After I did that, I spent about 2 hours and 15 minutes on the short, I think. I did note down some settings and such that I need for the future when it comes to exporting from DaVinci. I did a little bit of like research on how the process will be when posting on different channels like TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, X. And by the way, I still have to put comments on them after they come out. Since it's Wishlist Wednesday, I'm gonna do a little shout out there and see if maybe someone wants to wishlist the game. So yeah. it is actually gonna be more like 3.5 hours in the end today. Anyways, we'll see if we're able to improve that workflow in the future and post frequently without having to spend too many hours. Right, so we have recording mode on still. Let's turn that off. And then, let's see. Okay, so what are we looking for? The jetpack, right? This is the smoke. It's the engine there. Okay, it's looking pretty good. And is there a clear change? Sorry if this one is a bit loud, guys. We've been warned. Now let's see if we can find some iron to pick up. Oh. Okay, now let's see if we can see a difference on the smoke. I don't necessarily think this is larger. So that's the one thing we will check. Jetpack engine VFX, and then we're gonna look for the struggling portion. So if is engine struggling, then we do this. Okay. And then we check the, we can print here, struggling. And then let's look at the scale here. It's pretty big. Let's put it like massive to make sure we see a clear difference. Yo, Ava Brooks 09. Hello, welcome. How are you doing today? First we check no struggling yet, and then we're gonna pick up a few ores and see that it changes to jetpack struggling down there. Let's do... Gonna need 5 of them. There we got 5. Okay. First thing, we see the struggling, that's good. But the smoke, I can't really say it is a lot larger though. So something is going on here. It might be scale overwriting it or something. Like what if we change this? Absolutely massive now, right? And if the scale is overwriting Then we probably have to consider that for the two other effects as well. Go ahead. Upgrade the drill to make this faster. Okay. Still not really a difference. So the question is, are we referencing the wrong smoke particle maybe? Struggling. Jetpack. Jetpack, struggling. It seems to be the right one. I don't think the shader material sets the size in any way. Billboard type, color, alpha. Should be no scale going on here. I suppose another thing we can do to test this. We have the moving thing. Let's put that to 10. That is clearly bigger, right? It's working for the moving part. Two, 2.5. Okay. And we didn't tweak the scale curve for the normal part, so shouldn't have to tweak it for this one either. Now, are we setting scale anywhere in here? Spark scale, that's fine. Spark. We are not scaling the smoke anywhere here. Okay, but we know struggling is running, right? Which means we are doing this. Maybe. We're not returning here. Because that's the problem. Actually, we're like doing a bit of double work here. Okay, so if the engine is struggling, we just output the smoke from the struggling. Otherwise, we're going to calculate what type of smoke we output based on the velocity. That should be right. And if I'm not wrong, we have like a insanely large smoke right now for the struggling portion, but at least that will visualize it for us. Yeah. It's definitely working now. Okay. So let's put that to a reasonable size. Maybe something like this. It is still quite big, but not ridiculous. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah shit, I upgraded the carry weight. My bad. Okay, so now we're struggling. See the smoke. Yeah, there's a lot of smoke right now. Okay, that's fine. Could maybe have it slightly smaller. But that's it for the jetpack. Now let's move on to the camera. Like usual, we are not above getting some good, what should we call it? Inspiration from other games. Like, how does Risk of Rain handle third-person camera? How do they handle it next to walls? How do they handle the crosshair always being easy to see what it's targeting, while also still seeing the character model, close, up far, looking down? Okay, so let's have a look. A typical character is the commando. Okay, ready. Here we go. So it does have like the same problem I have in my game when you look down, right? But of course it's not gonna be that common in this game to look down. But yeah, the camera is like above the shoulder height. There's an interesting effect on the impact here where they have a circle on top of the like sparks that flies out, which looks really nice. Okay, so when we're next to a wall or something, what is important to note is the character is see-through, and also it's more and more see-through the closer to the character we are. That's good to know. That's probably the same when we just go like this. But when we are going into a wall, the height of the camera is not adjusted. And this is important because that is probably like what keeps it from moving too much, right? So if we had the camera height go up or down when we came close to a wall, it would make it more annoying. So the only time the camera goes closer to the character is when we approach walls like this. If we approach from the side, the camera height doesn't change. And then we approach from the top, then the camera goes closer. Okay. So I think if we have the player here, and then a desired camera position here, if there's a wall, the camera moves here. Importantly, it doesn't move here, right? Which means if the player is moving towards a wall in the X direction, we do not change Y. We just change the X position. We don't use this position from the raycast. Now this makes it a little technical, because that means once we find out that the player is too close to this wall, we move the camera over here. And then we check, like maybe there's a roof here. Then we have to check, like, is the new position inside a roof? And then if it is, we move it down. I suppose we must do a check here as well then. It's like the side position 1, 2, and 3 here. And then we have wall. Yeah, wall here. And the wall here. Hmm. It's definitely not as straightforward as it seems in the first place, right? And also interesting to note here, you see the character is starting to go see-through, which means the camera doesn't actually care if the player characters is in the way of the camera. Like you could have a clear visual in front of you and still the model be see-through, and I think that is smart because it makes for a lot cleaner and cheaper execution, right? Mm. Is there somewhere I can test the theory? I'm wondering, like, what if you have the camera right above an edge, like here maybe? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so it's slightly different from this, I think. The final result. So the final result, I believe, is like this player here. And then here we have desired camera position. And then we have colliders here. Then I think what we do is from this point, XY, so where the ray cast overlaps here, test moving the XY there. And finally, this is the fallback. Okay, and also we have if camera distance from player is less than something, make player transparent. Or it's actually more like player transparent value, alpha value, decreases as camera is closer to the player. All right. Let's have a look at the next game. I don't know if I have crab champions. Yeah, I do have crab champions. So this is also fast-paced shooter third person. Should be able to like test it there. Yo, just Harrier. Everyone is always so upset when I shave my beard. It's not like I'm saving it. It's just that I'm too lazy to shave it all the time. So as soon as I get like annoyed by the length, maybe a beard hair scratches my nose or something, then it goes. We got the MS Paint out. This is serious game dev time. Pog, yeah, it is for sure. So this camera is quite similar. There is no... The model gets transparent, less transparent than in Risk of Rain, but the camera functions very similarly in the fact that it tries to keep its height. So if we go close to a wall, it does not use the raycast hit position. Like imagine we have it, the raycast hit position is now up here, but now it would be very far down here because we're very close to the wall, right? Unless the raycast goes from the crosshair, that could be as well. No. Even then. Okay, and here we have a new effect. Over here we have somewhere that the camera goes through the wall. And it just hides I guess it's just like a missing collider, and then they don't have two-sided materials. You think it was looking good with the beard? Well, thank you, I suppose. Now let's find the roof here and see how does it act on the roof. Is there... It keep its height most of the time. Here, we have an example. So again, we see like it functions similarly to risk of rain as the camera just goes really close. The transparency increase, but this transparency is not as low as in risk of rain. Also interesting to see how the foliage disappears when you're close. And it doesn't actually just decrease its alpha value, it shrinks. That's funny. Very unique effect there. This game basically has 3 things for movement, as far as I'm aware. Well, also the attack, I suppose. But it's gliding, jumping, and double jump. And yet, when you play this game, it feels like you have quite a few movement options. Yeah, the double jump has a couple of effects as well, sideways, backward, forwards. So even though the abilities you can press are very limited, like it's basically a couple of movement mechanics, it feels very fluid, very, very good. That's interesting. Whoa, 3-day streak. Let's go. Now, are there any games more we need to check? I feel like we have like a good idea how to do the camera now. The only thing I'm a little curious about is how it's gonna be to spawn a raycast and check that raycast in the same frame. Oh no, no, I did not make this game. No, no, no. Absolutely not. That game is above my skill level in creation. Okay, so again, same thing. Keeping the height when you can. So it seems like this is like a industry norm. However, this camera does not make the character transparent, which might not be a good thing, to be honest. It can make for some blocking of the view from time to time, I assume. I don't think this game has many corridors or like places the camera can get stuck on a roof to test that. But yeah, it's from what I can tell, it's the same functionality. I didn't say Queso, no, but I've heard about Queso. I saw some of his streams. Okay, let's put this down in writing. Also, we can save this as a future work thing. Jetpack smoke effect close to the ground / wall. Brainstorming. VFX. There we go. The cameras in the games I were looking at didn't have directly 90 degrees that you would look like. They didn't allow you to look straight downward either, just as in my game, but I think maybe that's a good idea for my game, so I should change that. I should also make a quick consideration if I'm gonna do it for first person. For first person, I either have to change the collider when I lean forward. I don't go... Yeah, it's the voxel collider I have to change, so I can't lean into walls. I don't think I have to change the camera for this. The only issue might be that the player model might actually get too large for to fit in here if I do change the voxel. No, because we can fit when we go sideways, right? And then the voxel collider is straightforward like this. Yeah, it should be fine. Basically, that's something I should note. For camera first person, camera clips voxels when leaning forward or backward. Increase the voxel collider length when leaning. Yeah. Norphilo, hello. Nice to see you again here on YouTube. How are you, man? We're just planning to work on the camera right now. We took some notes from Risk of Rain 2, Crab Champions, and Megabonk to see how they work, and they're all pretty similar. Check raycast if any collision. If not, use normal camera position. If collision, try moving camera to camera X, Y to collision position and see if we have a clear raycast to the player. If we do, use this position If we don't, use the initial raycast hit position. Transparency of player and tools, I assume. Are you in Godot's official Discord? I don't think so. Let's see. Group. Nope. I am not. I'm glad to hear you're doing fine, Norfillo. Set transparency of player based on distance between camera and player. Godot Engine. Accept. What do you want? Tech help, resources, game development, projects. Events. Yeah. How experienced are you? Godot student. To ping or not to ping? That is the question. What do I want to get pings for? The newsletter. Okay. There we go. Thank you. Now I am on the Godot Discord. Go! Ah, I have a Path of Exile drop waiting for me. Very cool. Hmm. I'll look at that after stream, I guess. Let's see. Can I throw out a raycast from the player to a target position and see if there's any collisions there in all in the same frame? Question mark? You can do that. That's good. Okay. Then we should have what we need, I think. In general, let's see. I should really move my camera out of movement and put it in a child mode or somewhere else. So, world's enemy spawner. You need to chill spawner. Okay. So when we're looking straight up, we are currently being blocked by the player. And same when we look straight down. Also, yeah, basically the camera uses global Y and not local Y when it creates the offset. I think that might be a normal thing. Is there a character that can fly a bit more here? I want to see how it is in the air. Alright, Harrier, thank you for stopping by, and I'll talk to you later, man. See you. It does actually seem to do pretty much the same here. Yeah, for sure. Here we also see a nice jetpack effect. And how that might look. Okay. For the transparency of everything, I don't know if we can actually make, like, quickly connect all the parts here to the transparency. But for example, let's say that we turn the transparency down on this thing, right? Albedo, color, transparency down. Nothing changes. I guess it doesn't use transparency. Do we actually not have? We do have the player colored, right? Yep, we do have him colored. Why is this empty? Player base material. Oh, yeah. Okay. What I'm trying to figure out now is like when we make this guy transparent, right? We don't want the other players to be transparent. So we have to make the materials unique. I think we make a transparency script. See. Like some of the parts we might want to make transparent lives as child nodes of scenes we added to the player scene, right? So we might want to avoid exported references because of that. We could signal when the camera is too close to the player and have different materials subscribe to that. Okay, let's put note down some thought experience here. Signal. Signal when camera is too close to the player. Player and equipment that should be transparent must subscribe to this signal. If the player, because are we going to make other players transparent? I don't think so, right? Like if you're mining together in the same hallway, that could be like a reason why we want to make another player transparent. But it's also like cool to be able to go close up to your teammate, right? And have a look at them. You might not necessarily want to make them transparent. I think we say if the object is on play a player character owned by the current client. Subscribe to the signal. Make the material unique. On signal. Receive alpha, set alpha. We use an alpha multiplier in case we have some materials that are already transparent. We don't necessarily want to make them opaque through the code by setting an alpha value of 1 like max. So we use an alpha multiplier. Okay, so that's it for the signal. What we need: object root, reference to player, slash, or I guess we need a controlling peer ID. Transparency on close distance node. Okay. checked once. Unready. Okay, so we also need to refer to all meshes we want to make transparent. Yo, Mark Daniel, welcome. When we check raycast, if any collision, we should note here check raycast means taking the closest collision from normal raycast and the voxel raycast. Make sure raycast script. Make sure we have a script class to use a combination of raycast and voxel raycast and return the closest collision of the two. / no collision. Yep. Oh. Yo, Kurt. Professional streamer. Is it a new microphone that makes you say that? I am doing quite well. We just had a look at how Risk of Rain and let's see, Crab Champions and Megabonk did camera positioning, and we made some notes, and we're gonna try to replicate it to have a good third-person camera. After that, we're gonna try to make a fix for the first-person camera being able to lean into the voxels to see through them. So that's what we're working on today. And this morning I spent there merely 3 hours to make a 20-second bad short, which will release at 4 p.m. Kinda sad that I'm not able to work faster with the materials yet, the video materials. Hopefully I will be able to improve on that. So there's nothing here that really tells me that we need to have the camera in the movement. I think we can just move it. We have to make sure we keep the apply mouse look. The seated mechanic here. See, adjust camera. So adjust camera is always done, seated or not. So we just do apply mouse look, adjust camera in physics process. Maybe we can do it in process as well, actually. That will maybe be cleaner. And I suppose only the process should only run by the controlling player, I guess. Yeah. Yup. Okay. So how do we want to structure it? We probably want node that just says camera configuration. So we should also add the transparency part if the camera is too close to the player. What else? We could do a different node for third person and first person, I guess. So let's see, how many lines of code is this stupid camera? Here, camera, is it about 100? Under 30. Yeah, that is Röde mic arm, that's correct. Yo, back to 10-day streak. Nice. Back to the FOMO train. So I think I want to try to make it like very modular. Make a lot of components, I think. We're just gonna put everything in the camera configuration node here and then make it modular bit by bit, I think. Before we do anything, of course, we have to duplicate this node and make a old version so that if we screw up, we're not gonna mess up everything. We always have something to fall back on. Movement alt, close that, make sure we don't edit it. Then we go up to like 452. Take away the camera. Then here, do camera configuration. Create. Paste this. And then and do on ready. It's not gonna let me autocomplete before I fix all these errors. That's lame. Apply pitch to velocity. Is this the function I used to try to have W always go in the camera direction, I wonder? In which case I'm not using it currently. Like, yeah, I'm not using this anywhere. That's what I thought. Okay, anything else red? No, that looked fine. We can take all of these in here. Is there anything wrong with this part? We don't have a extend node anymore. Player camera configuration, I guess. Okay, then we go back to movement. And then we search for mode, camera shake, camera angles, camera settings. So I'm assuming the mouse delta is probably used both for rotation of the player and the camera. We'll see. Might just be the player. Then the camera inherits the player. Okay. Yeah, here we use pending mouse delta, but does that change the rotation of the player? try and process. Hmm. I am going to go to the bathroom quick. And within half an hour, we will know just how much I messed up all the camera and movement functionality and probably have to revert everything. If I were to guess. We'll see. Be right back.
make you nervous? A tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster. A reckoning, you wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless praying. 'Cause some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I'm used to waiting. Are you? Would you be waiting there too? I'm used to staying. Would you? Would you be waiting? Find you. I'm used to waiting. Are you?
Okay. We are back. We are ready. What do we have here so far? We have this process run by the authority. Also the unhandled key input. We need to put this unhandled input as well to the authority. One thing, by the way, that I noticed that I haven't been using too much, right? But is very handy when you code in Godot, since there's an autocomplete and it doesn't really care if you have written everything exactly in order. You can actually do stuff like set unhandled input just in one word. And you'll have the autocomplete here anyways. You can speed up your typing a lot. Lehis Leguer, yo! What's up, man? I'm good, how are you? Cone234, hello as well. Welcome, welcome. A couple of people on YouTube today, very cool to see. Okay, so we got our processes and we got our key presses. It's going to be a lot of errors being thrown around in the beginning because we moved such a big part of the script here. But we'll keep working at it now and see if we can make it happen. Here's the camera. Camera first person position, that's the head, I guess. Okay. raycast for the camera. I suppose that's the interactions one. Then we have the mining one. Hopefully we got everything correct. Let's see, mining. Yeah, we are adjusting these things here. And the raycast, yeah, we do use that one as well. Okay. How long before the first error and what is it gonna be? No error so far. Surprising. Maybe my mic will be a little loud if it's so close. Put it there maybe. So, are there really no errors? I don't think there is. Okay, so next I would like to make it a bit more modular, right? Also the max angle could be definitely a little deeper. Jaw pitch, camera distance, max here. I don't know why it's not 90. Maybe it's like a weird... Maybe it causes weird bugs or something if it is 90. Yeah, it flips, okay. But can we do almost 90 or will it still flip? Yep. Because it is nice to go straight down with the camera, right? So we have been able to move all the camera components to this script now, and now we want to make it more modular. The green ones are functions here. So we have the key inputs and the mouse movement. That can be a component. Can I? I believe the setting the rotation of the player character is like a very small portion of the script, right? So the question is, are we gonna make a component for that part? Or are we gonna keep it as a part of, for example, the mouse movement? Here? And then it's things like these: set the camera to first person, set the camera to third person. All of these things, should they be a part of the script with the unhandled key input? Like, unhandled key input will be we press change camera, and then either we put the function that happens when we change the camera in the unhandled key inputs, the same script, or we have like a child node or something with whatever happens when you do the key inputs, right? As you can see, this one is not modeler at all. This one is like all a bunch of stuff. So the entire point here is that we try something new to make it very modeler, right? Because of that, maybe we do the rotation to the player. As its own node even.
I've never been exposed like this before. I'm good at shutting you out. I've always had a way of keeping closed. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name.
It's always difficult, like how modeler should you have it, how should you structure it and stuff like this. But it's also very important to practice it, because the more clean your setup is, the easier it is to work with in the future. Especially when you do bigger and bigger projects, structure becomes more and more important. Consistency and the building blocks and everything, the better they are, the faster you move. It's worth mentioning though, if you have like a very simple really enemy or something you're gonna spawn, and you're gonna have a special game where you spawn like 10,000 enemies, for example. There is a little overhead with having like a lot of levels in your tree. For normal use, it's fine, but just a side note, if you have like a crazy amount of nodes on a very simple enemy, you're gonna use 1,000 times. Be careful. Then it might be better to have a slightly bigger script, I think. That's what I heard. Okay, so I think that's it for the structure. We're also gonna need a new node, which is gonna be for checking camera position. Finalizing camera position based on raycast checks. This is where this comes in. So which part is actually setting the camera position right now? Adjust camera, right? Okay, so what I want right now is just for ChatGPT to like take each element belonging to, for example, screen shake. That means all the variables anything in ready, anything in unhandle input, like signals. This signal right here. And these variables up here. Anything related to screen shake, I want it to separate, so we can just place it into the new child node for screen shake, right? Okay, and then we have the transparency. So what did we call the new node? We called it camera configuration. Let's place it under camera here. Okay. And here we say, I want to make this script very modular to try a more component-based approach. Can you help me divide this script into the scripts below? Meaning you take any variables, ready setup, signals, functions, etc. belonging to the node described below. And sort them. Keep in mind you might need, for example, a reference to the player on several ones. If you do, make sure you use it everywhere it's needed. Okay. So after we now get this sorted into components and test the components, we can start building the raycast, the voxel raycast versus normal raycast check. All right, let's make the nodes. How many did we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. That's for the top one here. And these are actually children of this one. So there. Let's do it like this for now. We have camera rotation. I know, first on the very top. Key inputs. And mouse movement. Then we have camera rotation. And child nodes of that one are jaw pitch, apply camera jaw pitch to player rotation. Then we have the camera. Oh, we did have a name for this camera mode. First person, third person. I don't think this should be children of the inputs. Okay, that's better. Camera shake. Camera adjustment. Is there a better name for that? That's like every frame when we actually move the camera around. Hey, 69 subscribers on YouTube, by the way. Nice. Camera side position calculation. Then we're gonna have final camera position, set camera, set final position, and camera transparency by proximity. Oh yeah, that was up here already. Okay.
me comfort when I feel alone. You're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to
So
get better.
immediately this might not look like a more clean overview, I suppose. But imagine, for example, there is some issue with the camera shake. That means all the structure related to camera shake is only in the script, which means it's easy to see the variables, the functions, and everything related to camera shake, unlike a small and concise format. Like normally you would have the camera shake function way down here somewhere, right? Camera shake. Like these two functions are down here somewhere in between a lot of other stuff. And then up here are some variables, right? You have to find it here. And then even this is structured, by the way. But it just goes to show, even though it's structured, you have to scroll a lot and find everything, right? And here is a setup as well for camera shake. You get what I mean. Camera input controller. Okay, that's fine. Name. Then we have the rotation. Yep. It's funny because I actually changed the structure from what I sent here. I changed it as well, and I changed it to exactly what ChatGPT was gonna suggest here. Camera rotation, and then applier. And we're gonna change that to camera mode. Camera adjuster, that's fine. No, actually the side position is better. Then we have the shake. The question is, should the final position be in the same script as the desired position? Okay, so this makes a reference to all the other nodes that it needs to know. Sets the correct authority. Updates the authority for the other nodes. It's a bit risky, this part, maybe. Let's see how he does it, because I believe children run before their parents. So if there is anything on the child which says an authority check before this ready function runs, then this will cause trouble. Okay, so the process is controlled from the configuration here of all the children, which is nice. We can make sure they run in order that way. And here we will add the finalizer below adjust camera. Okay, so this one looks good. Can we remove this and we call it old? Okay, and then we replace everything. Okay, let's have a look at the input controller. Okay, so here we see again set enabled, which runs from the script the parent, which decides whether we should accept the key presses from other players. Like only the authority should be able to press the keys or move the mouse to affect this thing. Okay, so this apply pending mouse delta process here. This runs every process frame. And we can see how it works is that we calculate how much the mouse moved since last time, and then when the process frame arrives, we're gonna use that to move stuff, right? Move the camera. Yep, now it's the rotation. And here we see we have the mouse delta, which is being sent from here. No, it's not. Adjust camera. Now, where is the rotation going? Apply mouse delta. Is it run from here? Yeah, here it is. Okay, that's good. Rotation applier. Yeah, I suppose this could be the danger of components, that you will have like a call that goes to set up the mouse movement, and then the mouse movement calls a rotation on another script, and then the rotation on another script calls a rotation on the camera and a rotation on the player on two different scripts. So it's a chaining effect, right? So here we have the jaw and the pitch. Oh, this is also where we hold information of the camera. Interesting. Get camera basis. Okay, this is very simple. Apply the rotation to the player. Here we have camera mode. It's a mode setter, I suppose, but camera mode or camera perspective, it's like, did it rename the variables? No, it still uses mode. I think we call it mode. I like that it doesn't rename my absolutely stupid variable names. Because I want to see what's going on, right? Camera raycast, target position. So it's the raycast of the camera. It's that raycast's target position in first person that we're talking about here. I know exactly what this variable is. But yeah, a more experienced programmer might use a variable name which is like very short here. I don't know. So here we could do camera mode, and then we just have to make sure we rename the references to that one where it's needed. Okay, so we're at the adjuster. And this one, yeah, here we go. Camera perspective, camera mode, and then player camera adjuster, camera side position, calculation. Crazy name. Okay, and then we have the camera shake down here. '88, yes. That can be like this. Okay, so let's see how we did the transparency by proximity. What I imagine is the length of the raycast from the player to the camera and just base the transparency signal alpha value on that, and I want the transparency, like the alpha multiplier cent, I want it to be between 0 and 1. So let's see. This is the signal. There's 2 signals, I don't think we need 2. I think we only need 1. So here we have the 2 components we need to check the distance between. This is exactly what I was thinking. At a certain distance, transparency should no longer be applied. And at a certain distance, transparency should be 100%. Alpha should be 0. Yep. Safety check, I don't really care, but whatever. It's good to have, I guess. Okay, so here we see the distance from the camera to the player. Good. Now, this is a very early exit, right? If we were already far away last frame and we're still far away this frame, like, we're not changing anything. But we have to make sure that when we go from like close distance, for example, the camera just was stuck on a corner and then we move it a little bit, so now it's far away. We have to make sure we update the alpha multiplier back to 1. The frame we get enough distance. Now, let's say that we don't have enough distance. In this case, let's see, alpha multiplier, we lerp from distance fully transparent. I have to see how inverse lerp works. It turns an interpolation or extrapolation factor considering the range specified from and to. From is the first one, to is the second one. Distance, fully transparent. 0.5. Distance large enough, 2. So from 0.5 to 2. The returned value will be between 0 and 1 if weight is between from and to inclusive. If weight is located outside the range, then an extrapolation factor will be returned. Return a value lower than 0 or greater than 1. Use clamp on the result of inverse lerp if this is not desired. So here we see we add the clamp for 0 to 1. So what it's saying is inverse lerp takes a min and a max value, or a from and a to value, and a value which, well, in our case it's in between these two values, but it can be outside the range as well. And it's gonna say, like, from a value from 0 to 1, how close are we to the min compared to how close we are to the max, where 1 is at the max and 0 is at the min. And here we emit 2 signals, but I don't think we have to. We can remove this one, I believe. Okay, so let's go quickly through the scripts one by one here and see the errors when it comes to names, because we did rename some stuff. Player camera mode. Okay, I think that was it. Okay, now we have to make sure all the references are in Ordnung. Camera shake noise, huh? Noise map. Oof. I don't remember what kind of noise map I used. I'll have to test the camera shake to see if it's absolutely crazy now. Is movement. Camera configuration is movement. Am I missing something? It's the old one. Ah, okay. So we have to go... No, it's the new one applied here though. So why is movement by camera pitch here? Okay, now we got it updated. Let's drag these out, because now we're gonna apply a lot of these things. Input controller, adjuster. Yeah, that's the final. The side position calculation. There we go. Okay. Camera shake. And proximity. Vector. Rotation. I forget when we're working with classes how easy it is to just click over there. Camera raycast. Should be interactions. Mining. There we go. First person position. It's this one. Position finalizer. Gonna be this one. Okay. Yeah. Let's just do a fast noise light and see how it works, I suppose. Set camera angles and base nil. So which one did I skip here? Set camera angles. Layer rotation applier. This one. Rotation applier. Is this one a bit... There we go. It was a bit stuck. Okay. Alright, so next we're gonna have to make the functionality for detecting collision with the raycast with the blocks, right? Because now you see the camera can go through all these blocks and get lost in the darkness. And it's a bit difficult because these blocks are not real, they're multi-meshes. But we already have similar functionality on other scripts, which makes it a lot more easy to handle. We're just gonna have to get a little reminder how it works and apply it to the camera. But now for sure we're gonna try to make a function we can reuse later. So maybe we already have it actually, raycast. No. This one maybe. Yeah. Yo, stolen ID. I hope you haven't been here long. I know how much you dislike I use ChatGPT, so I just used it to separate a script into components. All of these components was inside the same script. All of these ones. so it was getting a little messy. Now it's much easier. You can just go see, for example, just the input part of the camera, nothing else. Easier to debug. Yeah, it would just be to copy paste everything. All right. What? You use ChatGPT? Madness. Blasphemy. Yeah. It's not always you can use the code directly. Do you use the paid version or the free version? Okay. So we did have the weapon raycast system, and that one does target voxels, and it also targets other objects, so it's perfect. It targets physical object and voxel objects. I use it for research. Okay. Yeah, it's amazing for research. I used it when I went to school as well. It is super nice for learning. So let's see, what I'm interested in knowing here is, does my current weapon targeting system take into account both if we hit the physical object first and if we hit the voxel first? What I mean by that is, like, if I shoot here, it shouldn't go through, right? And if I shoot from down here and up there, yeah, it goes through, you see? That's what I don't want. And the reason it goes through is because it doesn't take into account both at once. It has to check both the voxel raycast and the normal raycast and take the closest collider as the collision point. So we'll make a new one similar to this and reuse it for both the weapon raycast and the camera raycast. Where should we place it though? It's gonna be like a helper tool, right? For raycasts targeting. Player does not make sense. Could be a manager of some sort, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose we put it in manager. And then we call it something like raycast targeting, voxels and physical.
Every building and home that I found, I saw no shadow but felt the glow. The warmth inside me kept me afloat. It felt like heaven. I found my bones and gave me.
So this is actually like a helper. In reality, it's not a manager, I guess. But we're gonna have to call functions here, giving it both a raycast, and we have to give it... No, we just have to give it a raycast. I need my best friend. We should maybe have one for only voxels as well, I don't know. Let's say, for example, we're gonna do it with a drill, right? If we're gonna use this script for drill, we will have a mining raycast. But as long as the mining raycast doesn't hit anything in its mask, it will just return null for the physical collision part. And if I later add an object which the drill should hit, which is physical, then we do want to check it. So I don't think there's anything negative about checking the collision of a raycast, even if it will always return null for now. Just in case we add something physical, it can hit later. Because I don't think just getting the collision point of a raycast is gonna be an expensive process. I think it's gonna be very cheap, so... yeah. Let's keep it like this, and then we make it a scene. Put it in managers. Not world. Here, raycast targeting. Hi. Okay. We make a script here. I think then I'm gonna use the methods that this is actually Stolen ID's favorite method. He loves to have like a references node where you put like a reference to all your nodes in, and then just access them through that. So here we do raycast targeting, physical and voxels. So last name, raycast targeting, physical and voxels. And then we go to references here. And then we do this and this. Slander. Capsulation. I can't break that because I don't know what it is. Okay. And here we want something like get raycast target. Received raycast 3D. We want to return collision point, but we could return more than the collision point though. The question is, are we going to get raycast target collision point? Because what I'm thinking is that we can add something later, like a class that we return with information such as the material type that we hit, for example, metal, wood, stone, and so on. And maybe like for voxels and stuff like that, we could return something like the mineral type we hit, like iron, gold, silver, or bronze. I know what glass is. It's ice cream in Sweden. In order to get the closest collision point, we're gonna have to have the raycast start and end. But all of that should be accessible through the raycast, right? So this is the physical portion, I believe. I could do it like I do for the weapon right away though. Return all of these values in the class. So is it gonna be a big difference on performance? That's the question, right? Vision pot shot and voxel hit Rayca's target. Right, so we access the target to get the type of material here. And possibly checking chunk mining blocks for what type of block we hit and return that as well, compared to just returning the collision point from voxels closest collision point from voxels and physical. It will be used for things like mining and shooting. Is there actually anything that is gonna target both voxels and enemies that doesn't care about more than the collision point? Yeah, it's the camera. Camera doesn't care.
Seems to circle the other. As you go, you remain a stranger to me, to you. But our pieces left uncovered. I'm thinking about four-leaf clovers. I've got composure, silver coin. You hold me, turn me over. I never expect to forget about it.
I wonder if we do the camera in process, do we then have to force a raycast update, or how is that? And should we then just keep it in physics process, since it will probably interpolate between its positions anyways? I guess the most expensive part would be stuff like looking up the voxel and chunk block data. Like returning the object we collide within physics, like physical collisions. That is gonna be cheap, right? Alright, so I want to separate it into two nodes here. Physical collision check and voxel collision check. It is time for a lunch break, but I don't want to take a lunch break now. I'm gonna take a little bathroom break, get some coffee, and continue working for a bit. No lunch for the wicked. Damn right.
Planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type. But yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. You're pulling on my walls down. I've never been exposed like this before. I'm good at shutting you out. I've always had a way of keeping closed. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name. Calling out your name. Calling out your name. Calling out your name. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name, calling out your name. Tell me how you're feeling since you got me out in the open. Now I'm ready to dive in. I know you told you it would be a slow burn. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name. So pick up the pieces and show
Yo! Blackwater Gator! Welcome! Yeah, had a little bathroom break right now. You're just working on your settings menu, getting all options in, and slowly connecting what I can now. Nice. I always spend a lot of time on those menus because I do them so rarely. Well, always. Last time I did a menu, I spent a lot of time on it. Yeah, just pass through. There we go. Perfect function. Two hours on a simple shader? That's nothing, man. You had a brain fart wondering why your slider wasn't working? You didn't set the environment to canvas. Ah. So you had some brightness setting that was based on the environment and that didn't target the canvas options, I guess. Canvas objects. I mean, spending 2 hours on the shader is fast, right? No matter if it's simple or not. For me,
Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet.
Don't ID the wizard.
These moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments.
You can't nest, clip, and draw.
It's in these moments.
I see.
Oh, I got lost on a winding road in the dark of night with the stars
There's all kind of interesting problems that shows up.
up above, got me below as I head to you like the river flows. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its
Can you have null as a value on a vector 3? Or do I need to use a variant?
Like heaven, found my bones and gave me comfort when I feel alone. I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone.
Does this return null maybe?
And if I fall, break my bones.
This one. Is collision point null on... if it's not colliding? No. Vector 3, it's a 0. Okay, I don't want that. I suppose we could return the length as well though, but do we need to do length on start to collision point? A distance too? Or can we just do raycast length by itself when there is a collision point? That was a very bad formulated thing, but I think he understands. Like, if the raycast is colliding, can we just do length? Or will it still return its length past the collision point? That's maximum. Okay. Okie dokie. Yo, Just Harrier, welcome back. You're still missing the beard, huh? And these other guys didn't notice it was gone, so it can't be that bad. Right now, let's see if we have the list here. We are currently making the script that checks whether the normal physical raycast target or the voxel raycast target is the closest one. That's what we're doing right now. I look civilized, not like a game dev. Well, good thing I don't care how I look. The beard was itching my nose. It had to go. Racist. Yeah, I'm making a racist check here. Let's see. I'm just gonna keep it to voxel hit, I think. Or am I though? Like the chunk manager, it returns a voxel hit. So we can't really save much by asking for just the collision point. So we might as well return the voxel hit. Yeah, exactly, we have the that one. Okay, so let's do but it doesn't always return this. Well, I suppose it allows this thing to be null, which is nice. Ba, 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 da, ba. Breakcast, voxel check. There we go. Is a raycast a summoning spell for a blind pianist? That's an advanced joke, I'm not sure if I get it. Ray Charles, still don't get it. Sorry, mate. I only... what was it that you guys called me? Civilized. I only look civilized. I am not civilized. Forced a whole idea. He can't get his joke across because of a lack of knowledge of the streamer. Okay, so what's the most common thing here? It's gonna be one or the other. Like both at the same time is gonna be rare. could also be neither. That is quite frequent. So we will do, if not, physical and not voxel. Return nothing. Or I suppose we could return the end of the raycast, but no. No. This is the second most common, I think, where we are down in the mine and the camera collides with a voxel. Then we return the voxel collision point. But the voxel collision point here is... this is a bit different. Let's see. Voxel hit. Voxel collision point is voxel hit. Hit global position. Yes. Alright, so the third most common is gonna be when the camera collides with a physical object above the ground. That's gonna be if we have a physical collision point and not the voxel hit. Then we can just return the physical collision point. And finally, if we have both, then we want the closest one.
Planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different.
You will never waste your golden material on me again. Oh no. somehow I kind of doubted that you will be able to not output more jokes, but we'll see. We'll see if you keep your word. Okay. Still.
She's always beside me, she makes me feel alive. I won't deny, her love for me is real and kinda suicide. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain.
Why is it still complaining? Annoying. There we go. Okay. We fall back to returning nothing, but we should never reach this spot, I think. No hit. Only voxel hit. Only physical hit. Voxel and physical hit. Default fallback. We're gonna need the received raycast as well. Now I'm gonna be lazy. Calculate from based on distance from start of raycast to end of raycast to collision point. Ba-dum.
Since you got me out in the open, now I'm ready to dive in. I know you told you it would be a slow burn.
Why is it asking for the voxel hit there? Bro, no. It needs the entire thing. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jupiter. So, start position. Then we do the distance from the start position to the collision point on both. And then we compare which one is larger. And then we return the smallest one. Yes. Looks good. Now what? Now we need to do a raycast from the player to the camera every frame. Send it to this thing. And then set the camera position based on the return. If null is returned, we keep the normal camera distance, normal camera position. Yes. Okie dokie. So we have to rewrite this to, instead of setting the transform, we're gonna like store the desired transform. We're probably gonna store it in the final position over here. Raycast, it's more than a vector, right? So do I shoot a raycast from the player to the camera? Okay, and when we shoot the raycast from the player to the camera, we can do references, raycast targeting, get closest collision point. No, not get closest. Get raycast target collision point. Raycast target collision point. Maybe that's. Can't we just do raycast collision point? Yeah. Mm-hmm. What I'm a bit curious about though, because currently we are changing the rotation and such, right? Up here. Maybe this position check should be way earlier before all of these rotation checks. Because you don't want to calculate all the rotation of the desired position and then change the desired position and then recalculate all the angles and such. This is difficult because I think the main issue right now is that we don't have a dedicated raycast or interaction that goes, and mining and stuff that goes from the player. I think we should do that. Never mind the camera, or at the same time. The camera is easier. Okay, if we use a raycast from the camera, then we have the crosshair to aim after, right? And that's always the correct position. That's where we will hit. If the raycast goes from the player, either the camera has to like aim towards the end of the raycast, which will be completely messy, then camera will fly around everywhere. Or the crosshair would have to like change. But that's also super messy. So yeah, the most clean thing is that the raycast goes from the camera. Yeah. We probably have to adjust the raycast length as well based on when the camera moves then. Otherwise we will have a very long mining range if the camera goes in third person and close to the player. Because the camera is usually like 5 meters behind the player. So the raycasts have to be 5 meters longer for mining. But if the camera is third person, you have a 10-meter raycast and the camera is moved to the player without changing the raycast length. You can mine like super far, right? We don't want that. We have to put that on our list. Update raycast length based on if the camera moved closer to the player.
lost my best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. I saw no shadow, I looked around, searched every building and home that I found. I saw no shadow, but felt the glow. The warmth inside me kept me afloat. It felt like heaven. I found my bones and gave me comfort when I felt alone. I'm alone. Guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. And if I fall, break my bones, I will scream even louder, 'cause I'm not dying alone. Oh my God, don't do this. Oh my God, I need my best friend.
No, I think it's correct as it is now. Let's put an example, right? Let's say that the camera desired position is here. At this point, we have already calculated the angle of the camera. It looks probably like it looks over here somewhere, right? So if the camera is moved over here, maybe I need a new drawing. Let's say the camera moved this way. The initial target position was over here. If we just move the camera, the new target position will be there. However, this is not... like the camera won't... This can happen, that it moves like this. For example, if there's a corner here, so let's say this is like the this is the camera, right? And it goes here. This is where the raycast will clip. So when the raycast clips, we're gonna throw the camera here. And we can see the raycast moves a lot. Let's have a looky. Okay, so for our example, you'll have to clip a corner with the camera. And I think the crosshair does in fact move a little bit. Is that because I'm walking uphill? Bro, stop it. Stop hitting me. Let's aim right on this spot. Bro. It does seem like they maintain where you aim at. And that makes sense to be the best solution. It's a bit strange how they do it, right? How they're able to do it. Yes, you just have to look at the end of the raycast. The camera, look at the end of the raycast. Always. Ignoring any collisions and stuff like that. Yeah, that's probably it. Hmm. Okay, so the raycast can't be a child of the camera. I think what it is that there's two things going on. We have a node 3D with a camera and a raycast. If the camera gets moved because it collides with terrain, I think what we want to do is let's have an example here. And let's say the camera looking is the blue one here, okay? So what we want is probably if the camera is moved over here because of a collision with a wall or something. Then we want the blue thing to look at the end of this raycast. Does that make sense? And then it's Blu-ray cast, camera look at, and interact with. Object at the end of the raycast. Adjust the range. To hit the end of the raycast. I suppose we can just shoot the raycast. But that... I use raycast from the camera for mining and interactions and weapons as well. This is really difficult. If the red raycast is super far and it ignores all objects, doesn't care about collisions or anything like this, then it might make sense. Like if the red raycast is like super far, then the blue raycast is gonna change something like this, right? As we move the camera. Like it's gonna hit way over here where the raycast, the red raycast ends. Far, far in the distance. So the camera will be angled slightly different as it's repositioned by walls, but it will keep. The important thing here is that it will keep aiming at whatever you're aiming at, right? So that when you hit a wall with the camera and it's like suddenly moved a lot, that whatever you're aiming at doesn't like jump up or to the side or something. It stays the same. Hmm. And then how complicated are we gonna make it to recalculate the distance of the raycast for hitting blocks, right? Because imagine this is the normal camera. The player is here. And this is the block we're hitting, right? This is the last block we'll hit, but there's more blocks behind here, for example. Or let's say this is the camera after it got moved, right? So this is like the original camera before it got moved. And like it's looking far over here somewhere. And the blue raycast for targeting stuff, originally it reached like, let's say here. So you see, if we don't change the length of the raycast when the camera moves, it will reach further, right? And we're talking a couple of blocks, like the distances here is a little off. Like it can probably like target a couple of blocks further, maybe 3. So it's a big deal, right?
never been exposed like this before. I'm good at shutting you out. I've always had a way of keeping closed. Beating, hiding, I've been
Okay, the good thing is that nothing of what we did so far has been a waste.
thinking it's too.
We still need to know where the camera is gonna be positioned.
I've been too much on your plate. I'll keep hiding, calling out your
We're not currently using this part though. Like currently if we are colliding with a wall with the camera, we are just moving it from here to here. That's what we're doing right now. But what we might want to do is move it over here first, see if we can do that. Am I overcomplicating it though? Is it? Do they maybe do it like this? No, I don't think so. I think the camera goes straight above the player's head and keeps looking where it was looking. Trying to think, because maybe it is just like this. Player, camera aiming position. Yo, Dozy Burrito, thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate that. How are you, man? Maybe it is as simple as the camera looks at a point quite high above the player. And then when it does that, of course, if it just shortened the raycast like earlier when it hits the wall, let's say it hits this wall right here, and it's get moved over here. Again, we just shorten the raycast, but it's straight above the player. Top down, it gets a little weird then though. Like, if there's a wall here, obviously you can't look at this spot. Like if the camera gets moved down here, you can't suddenly just like, and the player is like was looking. Cameras, man. They're not easy. see, I wanted to test something. Not sure if I can test while I'm changing everything. So what we want here, when we reach the wall here, the crosshair should stay at the same position. So I think maybe we can use the target of the camera, the last frame. With a very long raycast, I think this is going to be correct when we're looking at something very far away, right? The raycast is just way over here. But what I'm also thinking, let's say we have an example where we are looking at something quite close, right? So node 3D with the side camera position and the raycast that goes here. Let's say we hit a block here. Right? So now where we wanna look at after we move the camera is here, right? It's not over here. Because if we now move the camera and we look over here, then you can see where you're aiming at, it moves when the camera moves. So what we want to be looking at is this thing. And I think what we can do is save the previous collision point from the last frame's collision point on the camera raycast. So let's say, for example, camera was here, and this was the last position, right? Now the camera jumps here, next frame. Now the camera is here. I guess we can do red for this frame and blue for the next frame. Next frame, the camera got thrown over here. Now we aim at where the camera was aiming at last frame. And again. Next frame, the camera is now over here. And then it just targets where we looked at the last frame, which was over here. Like I think that might work. Store collision point between frames. After moving the camera to final position, look at last collision point. And collision point, we will update every frame, right? I'm just trying to think, what if the player then tries to move the camera and then he's asked to look at the last position. Look at the last position all the time, you know? So if he moves the camera slightly, the collision point should update. We have some waiting input when we move the mouse. So if we move the mouse around, then the camera is storing like, this we're gonna move the next frame. We're gonna move the camera over here, from here. So if we do the camera movement, look at where we were looking last frame, and then we apply this part. So let's think. If we now move the mouse, we have this camera and we move the mouse, so we wanted to look over here. Like we tilted the camera this way. Next frame. Like this is in between frames, right? So let's say the yellow here is, that's a hard one to see. The purple here, we moved in between the frames. We moved it, so we want to look over here. We tilted it a bit this way. So next frame, we start with checking the camera position. We see, okay, this is the new camera position. We look at where we looked at the last frame, and then we apply the the rotation here. Like it could have hit a little differently last frame, but now we're talking like super minuscule changes, right? I think this will be completely fine.
My best friend to 23. She left her body and hovered above me. I saw no shadow. I looked around, searched every building and home that I found. I saw no shadow, but felt the glow. The warmth inside me kept me afloat. It felt like heaven. I found my bones and gave me comfort when I feel alone. You're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. And if I fall, break my bones, I will scream even louder. 'Cause I'm not dying alone. Oh my God, don't do this. Oh my God, I need my best friend.
Now we're talking about several different collision points. So update last camera target, camera hit collision point.
Should I be waiting? Feels like I've had too much of drama, but I'm not ready to give in.
I have to be careful so this raycast doesn't become expensive in the mines. Because we use like the raycast down in the mines, it will like traverse in the voxel network, right? So if it's very long, it has to check like a ton of voxels every frame. It is like getting... the reason why it gets so complicated about all of this is just this line, by the way. That we keep the height of the camera as the player goes into the wall. Like if we just... instead of like moving the camera like this, if we instead... Because let's see, this is in the case where the camera is obstructed by a wall, right? This. And then it gets moved over here, straight to the left. So if we wanted to have the camera on the blue position, there's a wall here, we move the camera over here, so it's to the left of the wall, right? Now if we use a simple method and we just say player here, wall here, the camera wants to be here, the camera raycast goes like here, and then we just say okay, it collides here, so we're gonna move it along the raycast over here. Then we just shorten the mining raycast by this amount and shoot it forward like normal. Like, let's see, if this is the normal mining raycast, we just subtract what we had on the left side there, this one. So now we mine over here. Easy peasy. Maybe I should do that, like... Maybe this is too complicated. Maybe it doesn't add enough value. Maybe it adds performance issues as well. Let's do an easy version here. Jeez, that is so much easier. Now, of course, there is some stuff here that we already did, like that one. This one is like one we have to do regardless. Did you go to college for computer science? Yo, Desno, welcome. No, I don't have that much experience with computer science. If I add it all together, I did like I don't know, I did 400 hours on my first game. I don't know how much I have in this game now. Maybe we're closing in on at least 4 months that I worked on it. Let's say I did 100 hours a month. Probably more, 130. Maybe have like 900 to 1000 hours of game dev experience. And that's all. Yo, Dossi Burrito. Another first time chatter, welcome. So how are you guys? Are you good? Should we crank up the music a little maybe?
Back to my cold apartment. Distance sucks, but at least I'm still with you. Whiteout skies, middle November. You and I, flights to wherever. I don't mind as long as it's with you. As long as it's with you.
Everything between these brackets is what we can skip by using the simpler version. Another thing to consider is if I don't get this implementation correct, right? Then this is not gonna feel better than a simple version. It's gonna feel worse because it's gonna be like clunky, right? So that's important to think about. Let's do the simple one and see how it feels. And if the camera is still like overlapping a little bit with whatever we collide with, we will use the normal of the vector, right? From the player to the camera, and like just push it a little along that line. So let's say the camera might get positioned right here. If we use the collision point where like this one, the collision point. I just realized the vector we shoot, if we shoot it from the player, the collision point will be over here. So that's not going to be correct. We're going to have to shoot the vector from somewhere over here. The raycast. Oh, why are cameras so hard, man? Like shooting it from over here wouldn't be a problem unless this point could actually... This can be inside a solid block as well, right? Does that matter? Yeah, it does matter.
I've never been exposed like this before. I'm good at shutting you out. I've always had a way of keeping closed. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you find it, I've been too much on your plate. I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name.
So like here, right?
Tell me how you're feeling since you got me out in the open. Now I'm ready to dive in. I know you told you it would be a slow burn. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness.
If we imagine the raycast goes from the player, the camera is gonna jump maybe here or here. And once it does, if it keeps its same angle, the crosshair is gonna jump down here somewhere. As the camera moves. No. Like that would work perfectly if we had the camera aiming straight on the player like it does here, right? Then if something got in the way between the player and the camera, we would just move the camera closer and it would be perfect. Let's see, like the shots here, they're not used. First, they're not going from the camera, right? They're going from the player, the gun. So the camera, that's the target. Position for the player. And if there's something in the way, that will be hit, of course. So the camera is pointing the raycast from the player. If something were to obscure between the player and the camera, or how should I say it? Like, here for example, we're aiming at this wall, but we're hitting behind it, right? Which means in the case that there's a block here, a block here and nothing here, or let's just keep the block here, okay? And there's a block here. Now the crosshair will be here, right? We're aiming at this thing. And the thing we're gonna hit is this thing. Here we're gonna hit. Here we're aiming, here we're gonna hit. That has to be how it works. Shooting raycast collision will be centered on camera. It's just the animation and decals that project from the player model. Well, I'm not sure if that is true for this game at least. Like I showed earlier, like if we are able to do it again, like here, for example. Now we're shooting behind the wall here. Like you see here, we don't hit the enemy behind us. Even though... Oh. So many enemies now. It could be that the object I was testing it on just didn't have collision. I don't know. But there's not gonna be many places we can test exactly that theory though. Oh yeah, here. Here we can see it. So you see if I try to shoot over there, bullets are not gonna reach, it's not gonna hit this guy. And that is because the bullets comes from the player. But the bullets is not fired from the camera basically. And what that does as well is that we're not gonna hit here, right? Or here. Which is like the player is not suddenly gonna aim up here and shoot over there. He's gonna keep aiming towards the end of the camera raycast. Even if the camera raycast collides early. Gonna require me to change the weapon as well, I believe. Or maybe do I do something similar for the weapon already? What am I doing on the weapon in third person? Like, I never play third person, I don't remember. So how can we test that? Like here? Yeah, this is from the camera. So this is like the issue with what you described, right? It has to go from... It has to be a separate raycast from the weapon. In first person it's fine. Do it like that. But in third person you're gonna run into issues like this, right? Where you mine behind the player and stuff. How does it look when a camera is just inside a rock? I can see it here, right? This is how it is. Only that we wouldn't have the light, I suppose. Yeah, the camera should never go inside. Felt like heaven, found my bones and gave me comfort when I feel alone. You're gone, I'm alone. I guess it's time to get better. Through the pain, I will go alone. And if I fall, break my bones, I will scream even louder.
I'm not dying alone. Oh my God, don't do this. Oh my God, I need my best friend.
It's difficult to see how they did it so well here. If the camera does stay the same height, no like mode here that I can do that is not so full of enemies.
Should I be waiting? Feels like I've had too much of drama, but I'm not ready to give in.
Raycast from camera to crosshair, and another raycast from gun to aim point. Both success can shoot. Oh yeah, I think you can shoot regardless though, I think. It's just that even if the camera from the raycast is obscured, like here, like if that one is obscured, and the player one goes over here, the player one can still hit this thing here, right? So I saw that I can hit enemies even if I can't see them because the camera is obscured, even though they try to avoid obscuring the camera, right? And then I also saw that if the enemy is, if it's the opposite, so the enemy is in the behind an object from the player, but the camera has free vision on it. Like now the camera can see this guy. Clearly the crosshair is on him, but the player won't hit him because there's an object in the way. That I saw happen as well. So the player shoots towards the end of the camera raycast and hits whatever is in the player raycast. Problem here, right? If this is the case now, the player should obviously shoot this, right? He shouldn't shoot this. First of all, between this position and the camera position, there should never be anything obscuring the camera. Then we lose. Because then we will... Then we can't use the crosshair to target, right? If there is something here, and we use the crosshair to target, the player will like suddenly mine way away, like over here behind them. Super weird. Now, as you move the camera, you'll probably move it around the circle. So the circle has to be in the middle. Oh, it's not gonna be perfect, but whatever. It's not perfect, but we'll get the point. The camera is probably gonna move around this thing. It's gonna go from here to here and have a circle. And then you can also flip it. To reach this side, you would have to flip it 180 degrees. So the camera goes from 90 degrees plus to minus 90 degrees in this. Zero degrees, 89 degrees, minus 89. Hmm. And no matter where the camera is on this thing, it's gonna aim through this spot. Right? If it's ever obscured, it should move so it's not obscured anymore, like this one. Over here. And keep its direction. Should keep looking over here. And if something obscures the camera, or like if the camera raycast rather hits something here, the player should aim at it. The camera raycast should go aim at it. And if it doesn't hit something, the player should aim at the end of the raycast. Okay. Think this is fine, but I'm a bit worried about this part. How do they solve it when the player, when the camera is, let's say there's a block here. How do they solve that? Then the player fits underneath it, right? So I suppose you would just have to push the target down here, but I don't know. Ooh. Like the thing is, if you only move the camera, let's make the cameras blue because that's easier. If you move the camera here, it's completely fine. You aim through this spot. But if there is a solid block right here, and let's say the camera wants to be up here, but now it's pushed down here because of this solid block, right? Now we can't aim at this thing anymore. If we do, we will have an issue where we like, imagine we're aiming downwards, right? We're aiming downwards, we're aiming through this spot here. And then this blocks comes in the way while we're moving. And then suddenly the camera jumps down here and now we're aiming this way. That we can't have. That will be like horrible. But maybe I'm thinking about it wrong. So for all cases except for the case where this point is inside a rock or something, just aiming at this position with the camera and moving it when it's obscured before it hits this point is gonna be the solution, right? So it would be like maybe special handling if the camera wants to be down here or something. I don't know. With that said, if this red spot where we're circling around, right, and we're moving towards, if we are obstructed, if this red spot is far enough down that we cannot end up inside a block when we're straight above the player, then there's no problem. This is what I mean, right? When if the camera now got moved down and it right here above the player, it would have to know that it had to zoom, that it had to move actually into the player's position, not stay inside this block. Otherwise it would look something like this, I suppose. Except that the player was in front here. We would be like inside the block above us. Let me see. How does it look if I remove this one? This is how it would look. I suppose that's fine though. If the point above the player was far enough that we would be 2 blocks above the player. That would be still a killer though, because then we would end up with this. Then we would be in the block above and see the roof above the player below us, and not that we wouldn't see the player at all. But I think currently the point we're aiming at is not that far above the player. It's like 1 block, right? So imagine the camera ends up where the crosshair is right now while we're mining, and there's something above the player. Yeah, I think we would just be in the block above quite clearly. It's 2y above the player, but the player is also like 1y high or something, right? Don't allow it there. Sorry if I missed your message, Stolen. I don't know what you were talking about. Yeah, that might be a good point. What if the raycast starts inside a solid block? We could probably make a exception when that happens. Use first-person camera is an alternative. Move the camera to the player position is an alternative. I'm soon gonna make dinner, but now I'm like set on solving this stupid problem, so I might do some more on this tonight. I'm not sure. There's probably hundreds on YouTube. Maybe. I think we're very close to a solution though. We're almost there. Without the straight down camera, mining downwards is gonna be really annoying, right? Stop the angle where it's above the player? Yeah. It's 89.9 degrees. It's like just above the player. That's where it stops. Like the circle thing here, it's only if you rotate it. If you're gonna go to the other side of the circle, you would have to rotate the camera 180 degrees, like in another direction. Like just going up and down, you can't go further than halfway. Either way. I think what's been tripping me up a little is that I'm thinking we're aiming at this spot, but we're not aiming at this spot. We're just rotating around this spot, which means if I have the camera here, the raycast, it's aiming down here, right? Down here is the raycast aiming, like here, it's the target. So even if I moved the camera down here, the target wouldn't change, right? The only reason why everything is looking at this spot, it's because we're rotating around this spot. It's not because we're aiming at this spot. We're aiming through the spot. So I think really all we have to do is if the raycast start inside a solid block, then we just push the camera into the player space and we keep the rotation and it will still be aiming correct. That's what I think. So I think we basically solved it, but I have to put it in practice, of course. So third person offset is 2y above the player. Meaning the camera rotates around this spot. The aim from the camera goes through this spot far into the distance. The camera jaw and pitch is set to look through this spot. But even if we moved the camera through this spot to obscurement of the camera, we would still keep the jaw and pitch. Through this spot naturally. This means if 2y above the player is inside a solid block, we can push the camera out of the block to the player's space and keep the jaw and pitch the same. Any raycast for weapons or mining or interactions should be going from the player itself towards the target of the camera raycast. E.g., if raycast has no target, the player all other raycasts should aim at camera raycast end position. If raycast from camera hit something, all raycasts from the player should look at the collision point. And then all other raycasts will handle their separate collisions as individually. So the camera raycast is like a helper for what we are aiming at while the weapons raycast, the mining raycast, and everything will be pointing towards what we're aiming at, but will not necessarily reach it. Since the camera should never be obscured before the camera reaches the player, that means we should never be looking at something which is like behind or right above the player compared to where we are. So we will, for example, never have the camera over here and look at the block here. So the player suddenly turns around and mines that thing, because if there's obscurement in the way, the camera will move. If there is an object in between 2i above the player and the camera, we will move the camera so it is not obscured. We check this with raycast and collision, with voxel and physics. If the position 2y above the player itself is inside a solid block, we will move the camera onto the player's position. Well, that is... that is not quite true though, is it? If the position 2i above the player is a solid block, if this is a solid block, and we're looking from above or through this thing... Like in some cases, I believe we would want to put the camera down here. But let's say, for example, we have the camera here. And this spot is taken. That doesn't mean that we want to move the camera to the player position. Something tells me we're not going to be done with the camera today. So I'm sure you'll get the joy of seeing me struggle more tomorrow. Let me find you someone that maybe are able to actually solve something. And I'm sure we will figure this one out tomorrow. Let's hope over to Grumble of Pugs. He's always working on his fun little bat game while I've been stopping by. I guess he's doing that today as well. So, thank you guys for watching. Wish me luck with the camera. And have a nice evening, guys. See ya.